missed you all! No, like, legit, I legitimately missed you guys. It's not like, hey, guys, I missed you. No, it's like, these streams are always, like, super valuable to me because I learn a lot from these streams, so I really did miss you guys. So thanks so much for hanging out with me today. Kioma, hello! Bowser, Ringo Starr. Ringo is a silly boy. Randy says, hey, Subin, how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna be playing some Ace Attorney today. But yeah, was Ringo Starr ever, now I'm gonna be calling him Ringo frickin' Starr. Thanks a lot. Okay, was Ringo ever struggling on the witness stand ever shown? Or, no, he was always standing on a box. Alright, but before I continue, you guys know why I wasn't streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday. I went to LA to get some headshots. Cute, thank you. I'm adorable. And I went to get some headshots, and I wanted to show you guys some of the results because the photographer got them back to me really quickly. So, do you guys want to see my headshots? No, you guys probably don't want to see my headshots. Let's see here. Professional mana. I don't think I could ever be a professional. Okay, so let's see if this shows. Alright, so this is one of my headshots. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Pretty good? Pretty nice? Pretty nice? Let's see. Here's another one. Bam. Looking good. Looking good. Pretty good. Pretty nice. Looking alright. You love it? Thank you. They look really nice. I really like this one because I look like so super casual. I'm just chilling. I'm just relaxing. Then we got this one right here. Not bad, not bad. I am ready for my Hollywood close-up. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so these are going to be going on my website, and hopefully people will say, like, wow. Meanwhile, Meta, during his stream. Shut up, I'm beautiful! I'm beautiful! Okay, maybe these are so heavily photoshopped, you would never know it's actually... Okay, look. Photoshop exists because I need help. Alright, so, yeah, so I got my headshots. But yeah, I'm really happy with how they ended up. Yeah, I hope you guys like them. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because they're not going to have anything to do with YouTube, but yeah, you know, whatever. Alright, we're going back to, doing more, Ace Attorney. I haven't played in like a week. My accent is probably fading by now. So we'll see if I can keep up the Britishness. Let's play. Hold on. And, right, I have to do my practice. Alright. I believe in magic, and that magic is Daniel Radcliffe's abs. Daniel Radcliffe with a beard. Beard. The word beard sucks. Beard. Daniel Radcliffe with a beard is my kink. Daniel Radcliffe with a beard is my kink. Daniel Radcliffe with a beard is my kink. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke. Choke. Daniel Radcliffe could high-key choke me and I would love it. Alright. Now, are we properly British? I believe we are properly British. I believe last time we, what did we do? I don't even remember at this point. Right, so last time we compared the two photos. Yeah, so we compared this one with this one. bruv. Hello, bruv. Oi, come off it, bruv. I shot with this one. And of course, Gina forgot to mention that she pointed a gun at Winterbank. So we're struggling, but we will save our daughter. Daughter. We will save our daughter. Hello! I'm not sure how to pronounce that, to be honest. Hold on. I am going to go to Google Translate. Google Translate. Alright, what is this? How do you pronounce this?
Natalia Хлопова.
Natalia. Hello, Natalia. Hello, Natalia. How are you doing? Daughter. All right. So yes. Temporarily, we have become Russian. Hello, Natalia. All right. Let's. Now I'm like fumbling again. All right. We're back. Come on. All right. So here we are. So we have Gina, who is pointing a gun at Winterbank, and we've noticed that the books in the background have shifted from 1 to 130. So yes, we have the Skulkin Brothers gun, which only fired 1 bullet. This is a pretty old-fashioned gun. Yes, this is the 1800s, I suppose. Then we have the Winterbank gun, which is a very short barrel. But yes, so we have the Winterbank gun, and then we have the crime scene plan. That's Winterbank. That's Gina. Like, Gina almost looks like an H. She looks like the letter H. Or maybe the letter F, I don't know. We have Iris's manuscript. We haven't really investigated this very much, but honestly, this is going to be a little bit difficult. She looks more like an F. Yeah, exactly. I said F as well. Hello, Guy. How are you doing? All right, we have Winterbank's blood. We have Thrice Fired Mason's blood. We have Pop Winterbank's blood. So Pop is blue. All right. I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the question's now clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the slightly imperceptible shift. I think we answered this already. I think we went just a little bit back in time. Tell me if any of this is super repeat.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand! The Skulkin Brothers! No! Squeakanovich! This does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrase book says duke meaning hands. Lucy lockets mean pockets. But this is other lie. Is this what you saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on a minute. I'm sterile. Right. Didn't this guy leave a scalpel in some guy's stomach or something like that? Frickin' Sholmes is so dead. You can't be sure of that! I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible she went through the things on the desk to steal, to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from the photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. She wanted to go inside. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not the main shop. Giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter, except the gun that she grabbed, but we're gonna pretend like I didn't say that. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony! But accused is a pig purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves. No better, in fact, worse! Bam, baby! Is juror number 2 slowly gonna become, like, not racist and become the love of my life? Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. I believe the brothers were looking for something on the counter that night. I'm sterile! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by 2 thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Oh, God, my head! Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You'll see their extraordinary potential firsthand. I think we went a little bit back in time, but this is a good recap, honestly. I wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street. Regent Street, stop. Wasn't she on a typewriter last time and now she's in Morse code? Like, does she have like 7 different jobs? I suppose like secretary typing and Morse code, I guess they're related. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 guilty, 4 not guilty. Accordingly, jury is without consensus. I order this trial to continue. Oh, yay, well done. Oh, by the way... what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it I cannot believe the entire trial hinges on being able to see 2D photos in 3D. 3D glasses were invented, okay? We're good. Wait, these are British 3D glasses. Oh my god. I just realized. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright, this is definitely not photoshadow. Photosshadowing! Ah, I hate it! I'm getting so confused. This is an Ace Attorney's game. Alright, but look at the blue badger! Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I'm very drunk right now. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair. And I won't stop probing that. Poke. Hey! Are you getting annoyed yet? Yeah, I think we stopped at this to be continued. Poke the fruit from their hands. Right. Their names are literally apple and pear. I love it. You can stand up. You don't have to lean over, buddy. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Stand. It's not stand. It's stand. Definitely. A pair of the get out. Look at them sweating. Yeah. I presume you've heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Go, blimey! It's gonna be. I hate them. Earlier this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions. Well, it was bedlam as soon. Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers! Go blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing to the sort. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Wait. You will give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, is probably the 18th time I've crushed my glass today. Oh no! Oh my god, Ringo has jiggle physics. Oh my, best game. Best game. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Oh, say no more, Gov, we hear ya! We'll blob, we'll squeak, we'll peek! I don't know. You wanna be a snitch, guys? That's another $50, man. Target's making a killing off of Vanzi. Yeah. The whole truth. I'm just noticing frickin' Tobias Gregson in the corner. You're like, man, why am I here? You have to deal with a mosquito who keeps biting you. You gotta slap it, man. When it lands on you, well, bam! Easy. It's the right time to sleep. Have a great night. 1800s Target. I don't know what Target was back then, but it definitely existed. All right. We did knock a few things over, but we won't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, eh? See? It made us both jump. All that stuff went flying. Lumi. Didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered. Straight into him in the block. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had the chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation? You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no! That's right, Nash, that's right! It's more like we tidied up, yeah! Oh, sorry! By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled upon hearing the gunshot, having first made their good their mess. The way you say it, we oddly sound like roughs at all. We don't, no, Nas, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Man, what are you looking at me for? Alright. All we did was knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing!
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't nice, we ain't! If we admitted to something like that, people would think we's up to no good! Well said, Ringo, me old China! We only land ourselves into even more trouble! And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself into even more trouble. That's rotten luck, really? Says the rotten apples. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, that's right. More like we tidied up the place. I am staring intently. Yes, sorry. My cheeks jiggle. It was because when we heard the gunshots, see, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
I just realized I'm in the middle of a cross-examination. I'm just enjoying these guys' stupidity too much. I'm not even trying to think logically right now. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us much, yeah! This bag of nerves needs to keep his shirt on! Look, it was loud, alright! Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with a bang! Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over the counter! How did he even reach the counter? Boy stands on a box. Boy is lower than your freaking waist, man. He knocked over a load of books, candlesticks, some skull, whatnot. I think I got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? You've really mastered working quietly. Whoa, rocket! Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that! So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some, I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! Hold on, let him eat. Hold on, let him eat. Good, no, oh. No, good, no, alright, buddy, watch your cholesterol, I gotta stop you.
Excuse me.
Man, what's cholesterol, see? Inspector Gregson, you have something to add? Man, like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. Man, see? Now something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Man, it's probably nothing, of course. But mention it anyway. You're not the one on trial, Gregson. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only. Man, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little deed. Hey, look at that! Gregson is cooperating with us. Unlike another trench coat wearing detective, a little bit bigger, maybe has asthma, maybe talks like this. Yeah, hey pal. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? You detect slander. Gumshoe slander is strong today. As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. In the statement they gave, they told a slightly different story than what they're saying now. No! Yeah, well, you did it. You claim you heard the victim shout out something before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does it does ring a bell now that you mention it? The switching between these two accents is killer, man. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help but feeling you've perhaps been a bit sloppy with your testimony here. If I discover the witness has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy! Oh, we'll get it right this time! That's it, yeah, it's all coming back now! Then speak. I feel like exclamation points with Van Zeeks aren't loud. They're just like, then speak. And you're like, oh god, jeez! You will sit for Gumshoe slander. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right, you are, Gov! Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun!" Wait. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl! Wait, what? All we did was knock a few things. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just... What is the bloke what owned the place? What does that mean? The bloke who owned the place? Grammar! Grammar! Do you Adam and Eve these guys?
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we kind heard kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bob! What kind of thing? Bravo! Bravo! These men have a career in the newly established Hollywood. Let's go. Let's bring them in. A career in acting? Tragically Hey! Ryunosuke agrees! And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell me? Of course we're good. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was! From the storeroom, which the victim was found dead? And the voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Oh, my granny's live! Of course it was! Oh, granny's live! Of course it was! Isn't your grandma dead? I love how they don't even address I'm not sure if the writers are freaking geniuses right now, but they just referenced that their grandma is dead in the previous question, and now they're swearing on their granny's life. I don't know if that's just a missed detail or the writers are freaking geniuses. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, counsel. Indeed it would. Alright, so these guys are terrible liars. Okay. They've confessed to having heard the gunshot, being able to identify Mr. Windibank. So, they've talked about the fact that they are familiar with the proprietor. I just realized, if you notice the hat has an ahoge, which kind of looks like a stem. And the shape of their faces look like an apple and a pear. I love them. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny that when the bloke in all the fancy clubbers giving us the evil eye? I am breathing down your neck. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On my granny's life it is! On his granny's life it must be! It's a good job, his granny. I hate it! This game somehow reads my mind. Either that or me and the game are just like so in frickin' sync that I know exactly what's always going to happen. To summarize, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Me and the entire ace, I know, right? you make it sound like we were clumsy. Don't forget, we tidied after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
They're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet it was. Bet it was a sight, eh? Them two waving guns at each other. Must have gotten pretty heated. We know that's provably false. What's her face had a gun. Gina had a gun. Mr. Windibank. It was Mr. Windibank's gun. I mean, just before he shouted, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." What? Did it really sound like he meant it, mind? More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. His head? That someone being himself, of course. This hurts, man. This freaking hurts. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Hey, Camjo! We are like this. Like this. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. The only person it was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. But he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting his time shouting, "Give me the gun!" And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot? It was more or less the same time of... Give me the gun! Bam! kind of thing. Yep. A career in acting very tragically missed. Kemjo, you'll like this. I hate them! I hate them! Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck! Oh, everything went dead quiet! After that, we done a slapdash job tidy the place! I hate them. Kemjo, you'll like the fact that these two are like the most stupid delinquents ever. Lumi didn't have... Lumi! What is a Lumi? Lumi! It didn't have to give me a fright. It didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life! It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up in me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way was opening. Yes, of course. Locked from the inside. Or so we've been led to believe. It reminds you of Wario and what it does, huh? It was, Gov, it was from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of what was inside the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Typical robbers from home. They are! Oh my god! They are exactly like those guys! Oh my god! We got the short, fat one and the tall, skinny. Oh my god! Don't ring no bells or light. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard! Please cut it out. But does anyone know? But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes. Unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Golf, that's right. Good enough, even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back the way we found it and scampered straight them in the black.
Hold it!
Yes. Whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. We was a bit hasty there. Yeah. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when your lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand! Good advice, miss! Yes, taking advice from a 10-year-old. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand! Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked so dodgy to the coppers or Samantha, so they clapped us the dummies on us like winking. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession. Correct. Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, don't it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbrokers, eh? We never had the chance, did we?
Hold it!
Chance. And why should we believe that? Eh? What? Cause it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused, who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct? You got it, mister! Down to a T! So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I can pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'd probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. No proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they chose. You can all take that into your brain, and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about the testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris. Thank you. Man, we need more Iris. She should be the main character. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Alright, we knock over a few things, but we didn't give her a head pat. Alright, let's repress the first one now that we have a little bit more info.
Hold it!
Why didn't you testify that in the first place? Well, you know, we weren't exactly squeaky clean. Yeah, we've already seen this. Alright. We never ransack nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like tidied the place. I'm a stare. Sorry. Okay. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun." The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired. I'm not sure how you came to the conclusion that he was holding a gun. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, speaking of which... Oh no, these are the McGilded case notes. Blood samples. Different people's blood turns different colors. Gina's representation. Have we ever examined this? Oi! I understand under agreed legal representation by the lawyer named me under regard to the following incident. Gina Lestrade. Is Sholmes okay? He's probably dead. That's it. Alright, so how are we going to prove... before the murder? Do we just show the photograph of Gina? Bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. He was clearly not holding a gun. I have no idea how you came to that conclusion. It's so obvious. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl? It's so obvious, it feels wrong. We heard a voice yelling, "Give me the gun." Also, give me the gun, and the bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so he should have just fired. These two contradict. I guess they don't necessarily contradict. Alright, let's just...
Objection!
Is it that simple? You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov! You've got the picture! Well, I actually do have a picture. She has, no question! And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windabank was not in possession of a firearm of any description!
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? It's fine. It's fine. What we are demonstrating right now is that these witnesses are unreliable. That's all we need to do. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? No, I don't think so. You like how the objections are personalized now? They kind of are, huh? No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witness. A skulkin's never skulkin! Wait. So that was correct, but also not correct? I didn't lose any points. Skulkin. Thank you. A gun belonging to the victim. Okay, so we have both this, the photo taken at the time of before the murder, and we also have the gun that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There was only one gun found inside the thing. So this was taken after the murder had occurred. Is that blood at the down there? I can't tell because his hand is blocking the way there. Alright, there's no... He clearly has no gun. The bloke owned the place, was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. He said, "Give me the gun." Only 2 guns were found. Gina was holding it when she was unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. Okay, so let's put this together. There are 2 bullets. One from here and one from here. No other guns were found at the scene of the crime. He's arguing that the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun. So he should have just fired. Are they arguing that Gina took the gun from him? We heard a voice yelling out, "Gimme that gun."
Hold it!
You heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose if we're being honest, we kind of heard a kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get short. Hold on. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. And where are the voices coming from? Of course we could. It was from the other side. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard was that of the victim. Give me that gun. On my granny's life, course it was. On his granny's life, course it was. So that would mean that you both knew the sound of the voice. Alright. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny when that bloke is giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, then make sure that testimony on my granny's life, on his granny's life, granny's dead. To summarize, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Alright, so the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun. Should've just fired it. Okay, what is this implying? This is implying that they know that the owner has a gun? Okay, they've never actually seen the scene of the crime, right? So maybe they're not necessarily lying, maybe they're just making conjecture. Which is, they know Windibank had the gun, has a gun, so they thought that Windibank had a gun and was pointing it. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. First of all, Windibank would never shoot someone else. He'd shoot himself first. Maybe what we should present is the fact that Gina was holding it when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. Maybe?
Objection!
No, that's not what they're looking for. I am very smart! No, you're very dumb. Stupid even! Completely idiotic! What? Shut up, Manakyn! Ow, pain. You invited, sir. I mean, the bloke was holding a gun. He should have fired it instead of yelling at the girl. I think we've pressed every statement. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never even had the chance. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered. The bloke what owned the place, he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never even had the chance. There's no point in disproving the fact that they never had a chance to shoot the pawnbroker. Personally, I don't think they shot the pawnbroker. A firearm. There were signs that a single round was fired. Maybe present the photo of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. Shows a single bullet. He's not holding a gun. Okay. We heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Okay, there's a few new things we can think about. First of all, he was shot in the back. He was shot in the back. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired. So maybe what they want us to demonstrate is that we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." And then this is the one where they demonstrate, right?
Hold it!
Well, have you checked what he says? No, it's literally Iris saying, "Runo, why are you so dumb? Just point out the contradiction." And then Ryunosuke says, "I don't know what the contradiction is." And then, she's all like, why are you dumber than a 10-year-old?" All right. So I think what they want us to demonstrate, I think it's fairly obvious that they couldn't have had a gun, but yeah, but they demonstrate that he was facing forward like this, but in reality, he should have been facing backwards, like he was running away. From the storeroom where we found the victim dead, the voices you heard, yes, poses, fancy poses. That would mean what? What nice what? Any ideas? Oh, counselor. No, we didn't know the geezer. Yes, I sound like the Beatles. Oh, John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Alright, so why don't we demonstrate? There's like a million different ways why we can prove that he had a gun, but he didn't have a gun, but maybe the right thing we should do first is get the conversation away from the gun and get the conversation towards exactly how he was shot. Give me that gun. But he couldn't have yelled that because he was shot in the back.
Objection!
Hold on. Maybe they didn't want the picture, but they wanted the autopsy? In the upper half of the victim's back, no signs of... Maybe they wanted the autopsy and not the picture. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they want at this point. Your Honor! Manakyn is really stupid! Yes. Yes, he is! Oh! Why is the streamer so dumb? I'm gonna save just in case I'm just really, really dumb. Let me save in 6. I thought this is self-evident, okay? Okay, the fact that he didn't have a gun to me is freaking self-evident. But what do you... We heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun," okay? And they demonstrate that he was jumping at him and pew! And then shot in here and shot in the heart. But it's too late. You give love a bad name. Oh yeah. But We heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." A single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a post-anterior bullet wound. The bullet entered the back. Do they want the autopsy?
Objection.
No, they don't want the autopsy. I don't know what they could possibly want. I have disproven what they're saying in like 7 different ways already. To be honest, I don't think exactly it proves to be false. Imagine if he turned around before the gunshot for no reason. That's like saying, no, wait. See, that's like saying, oh, you shot him, right? You shot him, and it's like, well, I don't have a gun. Yes, but what if at the very last second you grabbed a gun, shot it, and gave it back to him? It's like, what? It's like, oh, you caused the car accident, but I wasn't in the car. But what if you jumped in and drove the car and then you jumped out? It's what? Imagine if he turned around. They actually demonstrated that he was jumping at her. Right? Their testimony demonstrated that he was jumping at her. Okay, I think this is like a case of this testimony being so backwards that I don't know how to disprove it because it's so wrong. It's like if somebody said, hey, 2 + 2 is 5. I'm like, no, 2 + 2 is 4. And they're like, yeah, but can you prove it? I'm like, what do you mean, can you prove it? It's wrong. Did you present the autopsy on the statement where they pressed where? Yes, this is the one. This is the exact one. Yes, when I pressed this one, give me that gun, they were showing that he was jumping at her. And it's like, no, that's clearly wrong. Alright, let's change our angle here. Let's try to figure out what the writers want us to do. Okay, so maybe the writers want us to demonstrate maybe I just noticed something, by the way. Look at the curtain here. Look at the curtain on the door. And look at the curtain here again. Somehow there was no peephole at 1 o'clock. What the frick? There was no peephole at 1 o'clock, and the peephole appears at 1:30. Oh my god, did Iris do it? The only way a peephole could appear in 30 minutes is if there was an invention that creates peepholes. I cannot... Iris, please. Please tell me you didn't do it. No, no, no. Someone could have stolen her invention, okay? Okay. Someone maybe stole her invention, okay? But first we gotta figure out this contradiction. Gina, maybe? I hope it's not Iris. I hope it's freaking not Iris, okay? I just hope it's not Iris. Iris is shorter than Windabang. I'm just gonna point that out here. Okay, let's think this through very carefully. Alright, yes. You're a dummy head, buddy. I have proven this wrong in like 7 different ways. Okay, it's time to change my approach, okay? I'm not trying to prove they're wrong. What if I'm trying to prove that... What am I trying to prove here? I am trying to prove... Okay, let's see their statements. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. There's no way I can prove that. That's just a... disprove that. That is a matter of opinion. We heard a gunshot. We heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun." And when we pressed that, they say it was Windabank. We know. And then the bloke what owned the place was holding a gun. So he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Okay, he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. It's so ambiguous, I'm not sure. But maybe they want the autopsy to demonstrate that he was shot in the back, and because he was shot in the back, he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. The fact that he fired but he couldn't have fired at her because she was turned around. So the fact that he did not necessarily, he didn't have the gun, but he should have just fired, but they don't have any actual visual of the scenario. So, Lummy. Can somebody tell me what Lumi means? It didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. That's a opinion. That's an opinion, that's a thought. You can't disprove that. It didn't give you half a fright. Right? If you were scared at the time, that's a feeling. You can't prove or disprove that. We was thinking that the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black. First of all, that doesn't even make sense, because if you said you wanted to get out of here, you wouldn't be cleaning, you would just leave. Which also doesn't make sense. It's like, how do you disprove that 2 + 2 is 5? It's self-evident that nothing in this testimony makes sense. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. Can we demonstrate the fact that they could have shot the pawnbroker? She did take Ryunosuke's armband without him noticing. We couldn't have... Okay. What could possibly demonstrate that they actually could have shot him? Armband. I can't believe I am seriously considering the armband at this point. The pawnbroker's ticket. Let's take a look at this. I don't think it's related, but we should just examine everything. This is the one which is talking about one small box, 10 shillings. Okay, this is thrice fired Mason's blood. I am tripping over my words right now. I am thinking so freaking hard. The color blue. Perfect. Pawnbroker's ticket. One gentleman's overcoat. That has his blood on it. This thing. Iris's story manuscript. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles by Iris Wilson. She puts a cute little heart right there. It's adorable. Notes on Susato's, on the McGilded case. Today's paper. Pawnbroker perishes and pick person. What did this say? Pawnbroker perishes. How awful for Ginny. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, but something like that. You go even bigger. How proud pickpocket protects planet. Okay, perfect. Okay, and this one is talking about a government conspiracy. There's a story here. Ministry mole for 10-year-old. Yes, it's about secret communications. Okay, yes, yes, we've already looked at that. Okay, we have the autopsy report. It's time of death sometime between 1 and 1:30 on Baker Street. Pop, Windabank, coroner, Dr. Stevens. Maybe it was Dr. Stevens, guys. Single bullet in upper half of victim's back. No other sign of trauma. It was a gently rising trajectory. Crime scene photograph. We have the bullet hole here. He was clearly fired at the back. Alright, let's examine his thickness. Maybe there is some solution in his thickness. I don't see anything obvious. Okay. Crime scene floor plan. There are signs of a single discharge. There are signs of a single discharge. Skulkin Brothers gun. Is there anything else we can examine about this gun? You're going to eat some peppermint. Peppermint is delicious. I don't see anything obvious about this gun that is different. A photograph of Gina. She has her finger here and the trigger here. We presented this at the very beginning, right? And we demonstrated that He was clearly not holding a gun. And they didn't penalize us for this. Next we have this. This is the post-photographic shooting. Okay, so we have that, and we have this little cat thing. We have the light here. And we have the boxes down here. Are there boxes and stuff down there? I think so, yeah. Okay. Short time before the murder. The contradiction is way more simple than what I'm thinking. I told you! The contradiction is incredibly simple! 2 + 2 is not 5! I told you already! 2 + 2 is not 5! That's like the most simple freaking thing ever! You shouldn't need to prove that! It's self-evident! We stuck everything back where how we found it and scampered.
Hold it!
Wait, frick. Oh. Alright, that was a misclick, but we should repress everything. Truth be told, I was shaking, and Iris is like, "I'ma slap you, silly," and then he's all like, "Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. I'ma slap me, silly too." Truth be told, and mine went, "Before your mind goes totally blank, you should die," and then he's like, "Yeah, I should die," and after that, we legged it down the street, but we ran into some darbies. After that, you've been handcuffed. The police found this in my possession. Yeah, well, yeah. But listen, that proves it. Done it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never have a chance. Oh, so first of all, I believe they didn't shoot the pawnbroker. I completely believe they didn't shoot the pawnbroker. I 100% believe a third party shot the pawnbroker. I will say, actually, you know, just thinking about your statement, Guy, you said it's simpler than you think. You know, it's very interesting when people say that. It's just a completely random psychological note. You know, there is a saying, things are easy when you know the answer. So be careful with that statement. Like, what is it? I remember when I was teaching calculus, and I was like, why don't you know this? This should be obvious. And they're like, wait, why is it obvious? I was like, well, that's it. That's the answer. So, yeah, be careful, because when you say it's very simple, it's not always simple. It's simple when you already know. The bloke was holding a gun, so he should have just fired. The bloke who was holding the gun. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me the gun." Well, let's go back to the very beginning. We did knock a few things over.
Hold it!
If that's the case, why didn't you testify? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean. We ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we're up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. What? We only landed our... Yeah, I read that before, but I didn't really register what the heck he was talking about. We'd only land ourselves in more trouble. And in fact, now, you are in trouble. Yes, well, I suck. That sucks. And I like apples. Witnesses, explain your actions. Why do you ransack? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, we didn't. More like we tidied up the place. You're an idiot. Ugh, sorry. Alright. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out. Give me the gun. And they identified that as Windibanks. So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot simultaneously. It's Cockney slang. China plate is rhyming for mate. So your old China is your old... What? Oi, gov me old China plate! We did gov. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice. If you don't want to get shot, give me the gun. Bam. Kind of thing. So, they're claiming that they couldn't have seen the scene, and this is their recreation. I'm stating that that's not possible, because his back was turned. So at the very least, he was not reaching for the gun when he was shot. He was facing away. By the way, hold on, court record shows up down there? Yeah. Maybe we should present a person. Alright, I don't know how I don't know how Eggs Benedict's gonna tie back into this, but my instinct is telling me that Eggs Benedict is somehow going to be the shooter. I have no idea how. Either that or Strongheart. Okay. Professional baddie. Yeah, he is kind of a baddie, if you know what I'm saying. But, okay, we got... Okay. Herlock has a scalpel in his chest. I think it's in his stomach. Okay, so maybe what we should try to demonstrate here is that there was a third gun. Do you know if they ever found the bullet? I don't think they ever found the bullet, or at the very least, they haven't told us if they found the bullet inside of Herlock Sholmes yet. There's a million things I could use to prove right now, right? So, where's Herlock Sholmes? Let's take a look at this. They suspect that this is a bullet. This is Herlock Sholmes' bullet. Right, that fired. I don't agree with that. So the question is, what's going on in Herlock Sholmes' current situation? Did they find the bullet? Was there an exit wound for Sholmes' case, or Sholmes' thing? Right, if there was no exit wound, then it's very possible that then the bullet is still inside him. If everything that makes sense doesn't work, start pointing finger. I mean, that is going to be the next step. Just say, no, you're wrong. Okay. That kind of thing. Where was the voice coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank? On me granny's life, of course it was. On me granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank at the sound of his voice. Ah, so that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, it would seem. We don't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when the bloke is giving us the evil eye? I'm a mad person. If you value your lives, you will ensure that your testimony is correct. On me granny's life. On his granny's life. Grandma's dead, you idiots. Causing you to stumble. Yeah, we make it sound like we're clumsy. Let's press everything once more. The bloke was holding a gun. What? Go back.
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands. Yeah, well, he did. I mean, before he shouted out, we just heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it. Windibank was known to keep a revolver. People say that to protect the articles, you'd put a bullet. That's someone being himself. Good grief, extraordinary devotion. He's an idiot. Ugh. It was more or less the same time. He certainly sounded like he was ready to pull. There's someone being himself, of course. Give me that gun. Bam, again. Kind of thing. We've been looking at these two. Yap, I'm sorry, guys. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck, or everything went quiet. And then we done a slapdash job at tidying up the place. Didn't give me half a fright. Thinking the shooter came out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
Alright, you didn't try to open the storeroom door. Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that and put wind up me, and the door was locked, weren't it? There's no way of opening it. Can we just say how the heck would you know that, first of all? Of course, it was locked from the inside. We've been led to believe it was. Right, so we had no way of going in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get the view of inside the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole. Don't ring no bells, no lights. We had to cut and run. We're still cutting our teeth in this game. See, but one day... Freaking Gregson. Okay, what did they say? Unless there was some other way to get a view of inside the room, like inside the storeroom, like through a keyhole. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. So we've been led to believe it was from the inside. Right, we had no way of knowing what was going on there. Did we? But there wasn't any way because the door was locked. Doesn't ring no bells, no lights. I mean, we could very easily chalk that up to them running away. Right? If we say, wrong, there was a peephole. They could have simply said, well, we didn't notice because we were running away from the gunshot. Right? So contradicting that doesn't necessarily make sense. Saying, oh, there was, could just mean like, oh, well, we didn't notice. Please, cut it out. All right, let's think. 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 But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Unfortunately. Gina was there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct saying that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov. That's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black. That's me.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot at Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, well, we are buttheads. Gregson. You can look it up. Please don't look it up. Truth be told, I was shaken like a leaf. Good advice. Truth be told, okay, loaded gun, mental note made. After that, we legged it. Apparently, we looked at coppers, Darby's, clapped, wanking. Wait, what? After you've been handcuffed, the police found this. That proves it. Okay, this... I have no idea how they're saying this stuff and everyone in the audience is just buying it. Okay, we couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never had the chance. That's it. That's the full extent. What is it? Oh, I forgot. You look very fierce. I could pour some tea. No. You probably laugh at me.
Yes, I am laughing at you, Manakyn!
Alright. I feel as though these brothers are hiding something. Okay, so we're trying to demonstrate that they're hiding something. I think that's what Ryunosuke wants us to say. It's nothing more than a feeling. I have no proof to support it. Well, if feelings can be logical, people's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. I need some coffee, man. Okay. Manakyn is panicking. I am panicking because my daughter Gina is gonna go to jail because of these 2 idiots. How are they getting away with this? Frick! How? How are they getting away with this? Their acting is good? Are you serious? You can take all that in your brain. I feel like this entire stream is going to be this one test. Okay, relax. Feeling. You've concluded that there's something suspicious. I think you should trust your instincts. Thank you. Sometimes I think I'm an idiot. Iris, can you be the defense attorney? Please. Okay, we need to press that last statement. I missed it.
Hold it!
Hold it. Why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom. Skulk and Bravos did nothing wrong. Get out! Get the frick out! Ah! Having been forced to open the door, the accused, who had a gun to his head, and I'm a stupid butt. In other words, on the knives in question, these 2 witnesses never laid eyes on the proprietor. Correct. You've got it, mister. I hate them, but I can't bring myself to hate them because they're freaking adorable. How's it going, dumb ball? Down to a T. The Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank? Is that really true? Gina should have put traps in the kid. Okay, so I think what they're trying to ask for is they want us to demonstrate that the Skulkin brothers are very stupid. Okay, they want us to show that the Skulkin brothers did meet Windibank. The bloke was holding a gun. So we can simply say, how did you know he was holding a gun if you never saw him? It's so simple. We could just force them to continue to elaborate on their testimony until they break. The bloke was holding a gun, but you also said you never saw him, so how did you know that the bloke was holding a gun?
Hold it!
He had a gun in his hand? Yeah, bet that was a sight. How did you know? How did you know? Okay, yes, that's someone being him. Yes, he's so dedicated. He's certainly ready to pull the trigger. He's cooked goose. Bet he wishes he squeezed tight instead of shouting. And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot. Give me the gun. It was more or less at the same time. Give me the gun. Bam. That kind of thing. Yes. Y'all suck. And we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. That means falling down, right? Before everything went quiet. Okay. After that, we tidied up the place. Let me give it half a chance of fright. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. Your Honor, can I have a 10-minute potty break? The only thing this needs is gumshoes. Since this is apparently the Ace Attorney's fandom. Wait, them... what? This is Gumshoe's theme. Da 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 da. The Skulkin brothers would never tell anything false. I believe it. I believe they are attempting to tell the truth because they're idiots, first of all. Second of all, I believe they didn't shoot them. Shoot the other dude. Right? Wait, Guy says, the truth is the Skulkin brother. Gina's just guilty. You know what? Gina's guilty. I'm going to the bathroom. Gina's guilty. I give up. Frick, I'm out of toilet paper. Hold on a second. I am freaking back. I was doing a whole bunch of thinking. And I have come to the conclusion that I still have no idea what's going on. I am very smart. I am very smart. I don't know. I sat in the freaking bathroom for freaking 3 years trying to figure out what the heck is going on. We'll figure this out. How's it going, ISO? You got your high school diploma. Congratulations. Did you present the image? Yes. No. Yeah. No. Okay. I'm not sure. At the same time, you guys are almost always wrong. So I will not risk my last 2 chances trusting you guys. You got your high school diploma. First of all, congratulations, okay? That's actually amazing. Like, graduating high school is a big accomplishment, so good job. Second of all, I graduated high school, and I'm still an idiot. So is it really that much of an accomplishment? Really? Okay, let's think. Let's think. No, it was a joke. Clearly, I am very dumb. Okay. Okay. Getting out of high school is an accomplishment. Kiyomo, you just graduated from high school, right? So we have just insulted your entire life's work. I apologize. I am not in a good space right now, okay? Okay, let's take it from the top, okay? What are we trying to demonstrate here? We are trying to demonstrate... you mean the fact that you don't have to again? I got it in the 3 years I was thinking! Okay. It hurts. It hurts. Maybe try Bowser's idea. No! I will not. No, don't risk it. Do I still have waifu, or did I get broken up with? I don't know. Can someone check the waifu command? Everyone's placing waifu. Dang, we're just about to get destroyed. Look at all the waifu. Okay. We did knock a few things over. Okay. Alright. So this statement, when we press this statement.
Hold it!
We press this statement. Yes, 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 at the time, yes, yes. In other words, on the night in question... Okay, good. Yeah, correct. Yeah. We never saw. Yeah, okay. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windabank? Question mark. Is that really true? So we should try to prove that they did. Okay, we should demonstrate that they did, in fact, see Mr. Windabank. And there's only one statement that can prove that. Yes, yes, thank you, Iris. We did knock a few things over. There's literally nothing we can do for that. Just before we heard the gunshot, we heard them yelling a voice, "Give me that gun." That doesn't prove it. Wait, no, go back. The bloke had a gun in his hand. That is the only statement, I think, that can prove that he has a gun. That he has a... No, this is the only statement that demonstrates that they saw Mr. Windabank. So we need to use this statement somehow. Let's just check. It gave me a fright. We thought the shooter would come out the door. We stuck everything back and went. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never had the chance. Okay. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun. So he should have fired. Just fired instead of yelled. Okay, so we have to demonstrate that he didn't have a gun. And we have already demonstrated how are two thugs outsmarting a lawyer? Because he's a really dumb lawyer! What's statement 3? This one. This one's statement 3. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun. And so these are the statement 2 and statement 3. They're the ones that that added after we forced Gregson to intervene. So he said, give me the gun. I'm using brain still at 0%. I am using like 3% right now, okay? I have never used this much brain in my life, okay? I am at 3%. I am usually at like 0.5%. That is how active my brain is right now. Okay, so we have that statement. Okay, so statements 2 and 3 were give me that gun, which is the first thing that was added after Gregson intervened. And then statement 3 is that he was the bloke was doing this. Humans are usually at 10%. I am so smart that I function on 3%. Okay. I think we have to use this. Okay. We presented this one, right? I'm a different breed. I am so dumb, I cannot be classified as human. That is how dumb I am. Okay. We demonstrated he isn't holding a gun here. Okay, so we demonstrated this the first time. Okay, I had a thought. Okay? Maybe we need to present two things together. Maybe this is why we didn't get penalized. Okay. So we demonstrated that he's not holding a gun here before he's dead. Next, we have him after he's dead. He didn't hold a gun. Okay. So he wasn't holding a gun before he was dead, and he wasn't holding the gun after he was dead. Now, could someone have removed the gun from his hand? In theory, yes. And this comes back to the whole thing Guy was saying. You guys remember Guy was saying, like, yeah, he could have turned around and got shot. True, in this case, he could have also had a gun in his hand and someone removed it. So, this is a really bad logical jump, because we know he didn't have a gun beforehand, we know he didn't have a gun afterwards, we have no idea what happened in between, but assuming causality works, you have to present 4 pieces of evidence at once. Okay, assuming that causality exists, and if he didn't have a gun beforehand and he didn't have a gun after, we could assume that he never had a gun. That's like saying that assuming I didn't eat today and assuming I didn't eat 10 years later on a day, that means I have never eaten in my life, which is a terrible argument. I am currently not eating, guys. Yesterday, I also was currently not eating, which means I've never eaten before. Okay? But that's all I got. What if he never turned around and Cheetah missed the shot? What if Cheetah did like a super epic trick shot and disappeared and reappeared behind him and went, "Whatty da?" This is all I got. Okay, that's it. That's the only other thing I can justify. That's the last thing. He clearly was turned around. He clearly didn't have a gun in both of these pictures. He clearly was shot in the back in both the crime scene photo and the autopsy report. I said that for some reason there was blood here, but somebody argued that he might be vomiting blood, which is actually a fair point. He... I don't know. I don't know. That's all I got. I presented this. I presented this. I presented that. Now you have to break your days without shower. I am currently not showering. 10 years ago, there was a day where I didn't shower, which means I never shower. Okay. Think. Does this make sense? I only have two health left. I am literally about to die in the legal sense. I have to present something, but I don't want to because I am about to die. Is it the combination of this one? We presented this one on this statement. I think. I don't even remember. So if it's not this picture, then it's this picture. Risk it for the biscuit? Do I risk it for the biscuit? Do I risk it for the biscuit? Bowser says no, so we just never present anything ever again. You encourage. I'm scared because I don't like listening to you guys. You risk it. Oh, wait, we got 2 for risk it for the biscuit. Okay. I have to say, this stream is about half as long as an actual cross-examination. Cross-examinations could take frickin' forever. And, like, what is it? Defense attorneys can pound on a single detail for, like, hours. Risk it! For the biscuit!
Objection!
Yeah! Yeah! So, you're saying, can you imagine in court, freaking Johnny Depp trial? Freaking Johnny Depp versus, I forgot who he was up against, but the lawyer are like, I don't know. Have you seen this picture before? They're like, no, I haven't. Objection! And then someone in the background's like, yeah, baby! Let's go! Let's go! So, you're saying... that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? No, poop is usually I do remember that Johnny Depp's trial had something to do with poop. I don't remember very well, though. That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. I forgot their accents. It's been like an hour and a half. Blimey. That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm. That doesn't make sense! This photo was freaking taken like hours later! No! No, you do not get away with that sentence! You do no! You do not get to say that! This photograph was taken like years after the shoot! No! No, you don't get to say that! Trust the process. If this took place today, Gina would post. Oh, me lawyer's been blathering off with the wrong evidence for 2 billion hours. She'd be on Facebook. She'd be tweeting right now. You what? Gordon Benedict, that ain't right. Gordon Bennett? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. Wait, Gordon Bennett? Gordon... what? Okay, I need someone to explain the Ryman slang here. Wait, let me see if I can figure this out. Gordon Bennett. Gordon Bennett means... when tit. Reddit. Gordon Bennett is Cockney rhyming slang for Reddit. Reddit! That ain't right!
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. Oh yeah, Twitter hit the likes. So now nobody will know how many likes or who liked Gina's posts. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Gordon Bennett is an English language idiomatic phrase used to express surprise, content, outrage, disgust, and frustration. So now, can we just use anyone's name? So can we just say, oh, Gordon Ramsay? What the frick, Gordon Ramsay? Gordon Ramsay! It's just the name of some random British dude. Oh, Manakyn! What the frick, man? I would like to remind the court that the Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, it was found in the accused's hand. Look at them. That Mortora used the victim's gun to finish him off. Yeah. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
It's believed to derive from the controversial reputation of James Gordon Bennett Jr. Who the frick is that? Stay exactly where you are. Right there! Now let me get a picture of this. The crime scene had taken place as you colorfully described. It would give rise to an undeniable, significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness! Are you sure, Counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? The autopsy report, right? Shot in the back. 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 That's what I said. That's what I said for 2 freaking hours. Shot in the back.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Zeeks isn't being raised. Indeed. With 2 events happening almost simultaneously, so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been That's what I said for 2 hours! Ah! If you listen closely, you can hear Mana's distance. You can hear my soul leaving my body. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly stated that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Oh, right. Weren't you saying that for about 2 hours? He was, bruv, he was. Oh, so I suppose he was right. Suppose he is. It's also in the picture I just showed you, I know. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony. Iris, please. Shoot me with your bazooka, I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, go! Bah. It's the God's honest truth! It is not, it is! When we shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes! Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Something like that must about. Oh yeah. Everyone in the court believed them. Everyone in the court believed them. They believed everyone. How did I get beaten by these 2 more? If you were eating, you'd be joking. Ah, the pain! The pain! I am suffering. And you all are laughing. Beaten by an apple and a pear. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes a victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, they encountered the victim in person. I cannot. I have been arguing this for 2 freaking hours. And they wanted me to show a photo that was taken hours after the crime and use it as a justification for what happened immediately after the crime. I need to dance. Lawyer copes after presenting wrong evidence. Nash, Order! Order! Witness! Explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, yeah. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. It took us 2 hours to show a picture of great thickness. But it took me 15 minutes to kill Sans. That is true. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your own original testimony with renewed lies? The Skulkins are stronger than Sans. This is indeed a bad time. Zeus, have mercy. Have mercy. Have mercy. Oh, ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, yeah, well, cut it out now, cut it out. We blab now, you know what you'll do to us? Who's he? He? Who are you talking about? Man, I'm having my own Ace Attorney breakdown. Stupid! Stupid, stupid, stupid! Stupid, stupid, stupid! Let me make your position perfectly clear here. You will talk. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Prof, come on, the game's up! But, we'll have our guts for the Gators! Got it! Get that Cockney! Zeke's so has been chugging the wine right now. He's like, oh, I'm so done with this Nipponese. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try it, the truth will come out. Ryunosuke, you don't get to say that. You don't get to say no matter how hard you try. Yeah. On the night in question, it is apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Can you tell all the voices right now are falling apart? Encounter with the victim. Alright, so he just got inside the gap and he have a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me the gun, he bellowed, then he flew at us like he was possessed, and we thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. It took a while for the brain cells to clack together. Yeah, Gregson's just standing here like, can I get more fish and chips? These are soggy. So now you're telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you, in fact, encountered him in the main part of the shop. Yeah, well, yes, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. Can I call for a mistrial? Can I please call for a mistrial? But be honest, Governor, this time, we ain't got nothing to do anymore to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. In an Ace Attorney game. No. We got inside.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean victim and proprietor of shop, Mr. Windabank? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. What's a gaff? A shop? But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom? Yeah. That must be where he popped up from. Only place could have been. So it would seem that the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Ginny must have been there. In there at that point as well.
Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windabank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Okay, I do wonder. Alright, so they're saying that he came out of the storeroom, but they also said he had a gun in his hand. Does that mean Gina gave the gun back to him? I mean, Gina wasn't trying to kill anyone. She just wanted to see if the thing was there. So maybe she's like, oh, here, you can have your gun back. I came here to verify what I wanted to. Which is weird. Gina's a pickpocket, right? But we've been trying to demonstrate that Gina actually does care for Iris. So is it possible that she set aside her pickpocketing ways to help Iris out. Maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accuser that time? What that? Mortula? I couldn't tell ya. No way, Corba. We had bigger fish to fry then. Oh, I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me the gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words. However, you claim that you heard him yelling at the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey Loomy! The great ugly barrel he had pointed straight at me frontispiece. Frontispiece? So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun that time. Is that right? It is, Golf, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was Bedlam. I didn't know. Was going for who? You were clearly all going for each other. Windibanks was in the back rooms. Yes, he was. Like no said, I thought we had it, I mean. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the Wait, I missed that the first time. Yo, Windibank.
Hold it!
I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. Windibank is a tank. Man, Windibank is like... Man, he's got like... What is it? That whatever fluid that Bane's got in his veins, Windibank's got like 10 of that. He knocked over a load of books, candlesticks, some skull, whatnot. Yeah, they got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame and scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made those things knock off, that made you knock off the counter. Well, Big Bruv went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer bent. Yo, my boy was WWEing in that. Oh my God, Windibank. Oh wait. This man is the real hero here. He did not. He did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised in the local police station via secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door to the back. Oh, go back. Into the back.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bruv, water! It would have been flattened, don't forget! By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom where you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through the door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him, and for... Okay, actually, I just realized something. They said... the man fled into the storeroom, right? Which means for a time, he had his back to them. He ran away. Which means it was probably when he was running into the storeroom that he was shot. Okay, so let's put the scene together like this. Okay. Brothers come in. But could these guys ever even killed anyone? No, they probably couldn't. It probably wasn't them, to be honest. Okay, these guys come into the shop. Gina and Winterbank are already in the storeroom. There's a commotion outside. So, Pop Winterbank asks for the gun. Gina gives him the gun. He runs out. And he says, hey, what are you guys doing? And though he starts fighting, right? But Pop doesn't want to shoot anyone, right? He's the type of person who would shoot himself, which is weird. But so when they pull a gun, he ran away. He's like, okay, I don't want anyone to die, so I'm gonna run away. He gets shot, like, while he's running away. What does Gina do? Well, Gina just saw someone get shot. And she doesn't want to get shot. So, she locks the door, takes the gun to protect herself. That is a very logical series of events. So, Gina may have had the gun in her hand not to shoot someone, but to protect someone. But to protect herself. But there was a shot that was fired. So the question is, where did that bullet end up? One of two places. Pop Winterbank, but it's probably not Pop Winterbank's at this point. Next, what is it? I think the calendar was here, right? If she locked the door, her vision was along this line right here. Right? Her vision was along this line right here. If she locked the door, the only thing she could have seen was this right here. This area right here. Maybe a little bit past it, like a little V right here. But she couldn't have shot this bullet right here. Right? She couldn't have... If she locked the door behind her... Now, this is conjecture. I can't say for certain. But if we're just following a very logical series of events, if she wanted to lock the door, it's possible she shot... She shot with Pop Winterbank's gun to protect herself out of the door right before she locked it. It's possible. Now let's take a look at the here. We can see this bullet is pretty straight on, right? I can't tell for sure, but the bullet does not look tilted. I mean, the angle's not great, but... Which means there's a possibility, I was thinking there was a possibility that she shot this way. She poked her head out, shot this way into the calendar right here. But it doesn't look like that happened. If she shot this way, the calendar probably would have flown sideways due to the momentum. But it looks like the bullet went dead on into it. Which means the bullet was fired here, this way. Right? It fired like... So the person who shot the bullet in the calendar was around here. Does that make sense? No. I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna take it back. Here's another series of events. Gina's a pickpocket. What do pickpockets do? They hide. What does that mean? That means maybe she was hiding in this area, right? It would make it very easy for her to run back this way. I believe Gina could be anywhere from inside here to over here, to right here behind this desk. Oh wait, my belief at the moment, this is what I've got right now. Gina was anywhere between here, the end of the desk, to inside the storeroom when Pop Windabank was getting shot. Pop Windabank, he was doing some fighting here. He threw someone over the counter this way, maybe but I don't know exactly. He could have been anywhere in the storeroom when he was shot. But he was running away. They said he was running away, so maybe he was running like this. He was running somewhere from here to here. I believe Pop Windabank died maybe somewhere around here to here. Okay, and there's a possibility that Gina, maybe she tried to pull him in, but that's kind of a little bit absurd. He probably weighs a lot. So maybe he died here. She could have like pulled him in just barely. So, but it's possible she grabbed the gun. When he died, she quickly grabbed the gun. Like, wait, we look at the desk. Look at the desk here. The desk isn't very long. Pop Windabank's wingspan is about the length of the desk, right? His wingspan is about the length of the desk, which means regardless of where he died, she could quickly grab the gun, right? So if she died around here, if he died anywhere between here, she can pretty quickly grab the gun, shoot really quickly. I'm afraid, so I'm just going to pop a shot here. And I'm going to quickly pop a shot here. And that's the bullet that ended up here. So we're switching the bullet. We're saying that her gun shot, they're saying that her gun shot was here and the bullet was there. And then there was the bullet that shot Sholmes here. I don't believe that for a second because Sholmes wasn't bleeding, which means we're going to have to switch that around a little bit. We're going to justify that her bullet was right here into the thing, which means that she grabbed the gun, fired at the criminals, and it ended up there, maybe. Then she ran away. There's only one bullet there. Maybe she tried to fire a few times, but only one shot went off, and she's like, crap, I'm gonna run, turn, close the door, lock it, because she doesn't want to get shot. And I believe that is a reasonable series of events, which means if her bullet ended up here, it means Gina did shoot someone. So the question is, who was injured? Okay, so I believe that the bullet that hit, what's his face? The guy who's not important is still inside him somewhere. Also, a scalpel is inside him too. Okay, the bullet that hit Sholmes is probably inside him or on his body somewhere. Goober Sholmes. Which means this is probably Gina's bullet. This is the bullet of a third party. Which means we have a few things we know. This was likely a third party bullet. The bullet that was fired from their gun is on Sholmes, or it couldn't have been this one on the calendar because that one had blood on it. Which means it's somewhere else. It's anywhere else. It's just not this one right here. This one was Gina's. Gina hit someone. So what we need to do is we need to ask our people testifying to get naked. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, we have to examine them for wounds. If we can examine the people we believe to be guilty for wounds, and we can justify that one of them has a wound, then we prove that Gina is innocent. We just need to show that someone has a wound. That's it. Schubert is his real name now. Okay, and I believe that will solve the case. All we have to do is justify that someone has a wound, and that person will be the one who Gina shot. So, I'm going to say right now, Skulkin Brothers, go get naked. And then we got Pop Windabank here. Yeah, I'm standing by my series of events. He was shot running away. Gina grabs the knife. Gina grabs the gun, shoots, runs away, closes the door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windabank's hands again?
I have no idea.
Chad, for getting to this point, thank you, because I have been suffering. This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv here. Well, that's right, Nurse, that's right. Me and me bruv here. We never did nothing to do with any killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov. Muffin. No, nothing. Muffin, no, Gov, muffin. The old geezer went and showed himself in the back room, didn't he? All it was from the inside. What happened? I'm still dealing with these idiots. We know he was because we tried to open it. How? How did they get away with it? How did they get away with How did they get away lying? How did they get I can't put somehow everyone believed them. How? Well, a decent door, but it was decent door, that one. Going strong. Won't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could have possibly shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. That... It would indeed appear so. What do you say to that, Counsel? No. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have... Yes! Yes! There could have been! Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Whoa. What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face, the course of this trial changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windabank? And it is the belief of the defense the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums.
2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe.
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Ryuno?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. if I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened. It would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Uh-oh. Okay, so this is a tricky question. Because it's not just my theory that matters. It is where everyone currently is thinking at the moment. Like, at what logical level have they finished? Have they gotten to? Okay, let's take a look at a few things. First of all, we know that this little hinge thing didn't appear until later. How much later, I am not sure. Right, we see the door right here. But there's no door right here. Which means at some time between 1 and 1:30, the cat flap-o-mat. The cat flap-o-mat. I think that's what it was called. The cat flap-o-mat was used. I don't know when. But are we trying to demonstrate how exactly he was shot, or trying to demonstrate that there are several possibilities of how he was shot? I don't know. My belief is that he was shot while running away. But does that necessarily mean okay? What if new thought? Do you know who knows how to use a gun? Well, Pop Windabank probably. At the very least, he pulled down the safety when he was about to kill himself. So at the very least, he knew that. I can't believe that's the justification. Okay. Is it possible that Pop shot at them? Right? They cannot say that Pop shot at them, because if they make the claim that Pop shot at them, it makes the claim that Gina didn't shoot. So maybe they're aware that Pop, if they say that Pop shot, they couldn't claim that Gina was the killer. So they're trying to hide that fact. Which means, what if Pop shot at them? He came out and he shot. Right? What's the point of running out with a gun if he wasn't going to shoot it, right? If he knew there were ruffians around. They pulled out the gun, so he shot first. Right? He injured someone. And then they ran. And then, seeing that his shot didn't kill and knowing he only has one bullet, he ran. Now, he ran in. They shot him. And then Gina is like, oh my god, they killed him. She locks the door because she doesn't want to die. So what if Gina never left? Now, I believe it's possible that Gina could have been anywhere from here to here. But what if Gina never left? Then... Alright, so the chain of events is Pop shoots, hits someone, then runs. Someone fires at him, kills him. Gina closes the door. But it's possible that they shot through the peephole, maybe? So maybe he ran, they opened the peephole, and then they fired. Maybe? That's another possibility. So I think the answer is outside here, somewhere here. But, okay, let's question this. Do you think Gina can move his body? How much do you think Pop Windabank weighs? 300 maybe? He's a big boy. Pop Windabank. Pop Windabank's a big boy. Gina never gets protein because she is poor. As far as I know, none of the characters have canon weights. Gina clearly does not lift. She skips leg day, she skips arm day. But she's very cute, and I love her. She is my daughter, and I will protect her with my life. But Pop Windabank is a big boy. So there's no way that this tiny girl, Gina... And Gina is a dexterous type of girl, right? She probably isn't particularly strong. She runs in. Oh, wait. So, chances are, Gina couldn't have moved Pop very far. Which means, if Gina died... No, not Gina. If Pop died... He probably had to die somewhere close to or inside. Which means, Pop probably died in here. If Gina's not the killer, they had to have shot him somewhere around here, this area. Or, I mean, I suppose they could have done all along here. Anywhere along this line right here. But if we want to make the argument that he could have been shot with the door open or with the door closed, it has to be here. Because they have to fire through the window. So I think we have to say that it's here, just to allow ourselves as many options as possible. So I'm going to say someone could have indicate where that person could have fired the gun. Here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location. And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from this location and indicated, where was the victim at the time? The victim had to be in here. The victim being Pop.
Take that!
They did him dirty. They made his character round. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windabank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood in the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved. Oh, that's also a good point, because of the stain of blood. Well, he is quite rotund. Yeah, but he's... No. He ain't rotund. He's thick. He's thick, right? Y'all think he's like fat. No. He's not fat. He's a big boy. This man, he benches 450. Don't get me started. Have you guys seen Strongman? Strongman got that gut belly. But these guys are big boys. And some big boys, they can move and they can lift. Man, my boy, he was throwing fully grown men across the store. Don't let the looks deceive you. My boy Pop, he was a monster. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, doesn't appear like the body was moved. I think that's a better argument than Gina can't move the body. Which tells us he was almost certainly shot when he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where the shooter was when the fatal bullet was fired. So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony. I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through the door in the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran through the door, we have to assume the door was open at the time. He has some nice hair too. Yo, my man using L'Oreal every day. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that the brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. I am upset that I'm not defeating this Nipponese boy.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, the report states the bullet entered the body on the rising diagonal trajectory. Right, so if he was running, his body might be angled. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. He probably couldn't run very far.
Iris! Iris, how dare you? How dare you? Mom, some big boys can move. How dare you say that? That is definitely not the streamer who said that without thinking. Okay. Oops. I'm not weight phobic, I promise. Of course! He would have been leaning forward if he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still enter it on an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Oh, that puts Iris in the clear, thank God. Wait a sec. Manakyn is canceled. I'm thinking right now. Who had the opportunity to use the flappy flappo flapper? I suppose in theory Gina, maybe. But someone could have been crouching. It's also true. I'm just realizing. Do you guys remember what we were doing before this entire thing started? Iris and Gina were having a sleepover. And on that day, Gina was teaching us how to steal things. Okay, that's big. That's really big. If Gina was teaching us how to steal things, did Susato put the window? the two people who were left alone at the scene of the crime were Gina and Susato. Which means I believe the series of events is that we show up. Sholmes tells us to run after the people. I run after the people. Sholmes ends up passing out or something. I suppose it doesn't really matter what Sholmes was doing because he can't testify right now. But Susato uses the cat flap to check inside the room. And that is how the flap appeared at the door. Which means what we need to do is use the fact that the flap didn't appear until after the murder. I believe that is the logical direction that we have to go if we want to catch the criminal here. All right. I know, I have an idea as to what we need to do.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that if the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside, you claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? No, it was clearly Gina. What if someone else locked the door? There is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
This is absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. It doesn't matter if you tighten the noose if you're gonna die. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel. No, it's obvious why. Yeah, that's a tricky one. No, it's obvious! It's obvious! Big notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Please remember that.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
Are we about to get schooled by a 10-year-old? Again.
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Thanks, Ryunosuke. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv! If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back into the storeroom, hoping to escape danger. But bang bang. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell into the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see what you're going with this. I love how they're just so open and honest. Oh, yeah, well, obviously she would have locked the door. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as the thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life!
Hold it!
Is that what he sounds like? But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it! We ain't gonna believe us! I'm like, come on! We never shoot no one! You shot, Sholmes?
Objection!
That is blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yeah. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder! Alright, so what we need to do now is justify that there was a third gun. Because we know that there was only one bullet fired from their gun, which means we have to justify somehow that there's another gun. Poor Gregson. He was just like, you know, well, what am I doing here, man? See?
I should have known it was those three
brothers. They look shady. It was those three brothers. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gregson.
That was amazing, Ryuno.
I know what he's gonna argue next, that there was only one bullet fired.
All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know. First time ever. Probably the last.
Well, I'll shoot them!
I would... If every time you go to court, the prosecution would laugh like a supervillain, I'd so go to court all the time. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I find the defense's argument most persuasive. I'm very drunk, but dare I say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation.
That's racist. That's racist.
But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Oh no! Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Vanzy, might be an idea to explain this bully conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets?
Oh dear. As smart as I am, I can only count to 5. Oh, he noticed. Oh, wait, no. I'm not Fubuki.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir! Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Like I said, there's a third one inside Sholmes. Also a scalpel. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, which struck the detective. Note, that was said in quotes. Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. That is not the bullet that hit Mr. Sholmes! The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appeared to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did! Oh my goodness! I think you're fine! And if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Why do I think Mr. Sholmes' blood is cyan color? Well, it's definitely not green, because I don't think that's his blood. Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ah! Boy, you must have blown up your back by now. Hold on, I need to look up the word stand. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. Cambridge Dictionary. Stand. It's stand.
Stand.
Order! Oh god, my leg! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. I'll sue you, Van Zeeks! Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. Are you going to try her as an adult? Please don't. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with some loathsome intent. Behave yourself, Fancy! As we can see beyond a doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. Murder. And I have here... What? And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc! I'ma threaten you with some fish and chips, rah, see? No! No! Fish and chips is the strongest weapon in the world! Yeah, take that, meh. Yeah, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly does not belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of the pickpocket, might I add. Definitely add, by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake. Any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. You presented a pizza cutter as evidence? Yes. Pizza should be cut into 8 slices, not 6! There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. Mr. Mouse, Mr. Squeakanovich would agree. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence counsel. As a grim testament to the... Lord Van Zeeks, see? Inspector Gregson? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday with the yard and the prosecution service, and I think that we agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence, see? What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of such meeting. But those are instructions from the top! The government bigwigs were insistent, see? Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, but ignored. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this discus evidence. My lord. Is there any bigger slap in the face than saying, your request is noted. Anyway. Indeed. Bailiff. Hold. We ain't done yet.
Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood!
You're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Ha! Then it's time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever! Alright, hold still with the disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly? We are literally in the middle of court.
In a flash!
I knew it! I knew it! Get frickin' eggs Benedict on the stand. Hello. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? I unplugged something. Can you guys still hear me? Muted? What? Am I muted? It's just get okay. Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Get frickin' eggs Benedict on the stand. Will this hold up as evidence? The prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once! For all 5 minutes!
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Iris! My lord, I wonder if I might say something in this moment. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's bully obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no!
Very well. Court will hear from the jury. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Guilty.
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 No.
Guilty.
No, old man!
Guilty.
Guilty.
No! Villain, please! Please, villain! The court calls for a defamation constipation. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I'm pretty sure Herlock Sholmes said that.
That's my line! I wrote that for Harry!
I'm pretty sure that is a Sherlock Holmes line.
How dare he use it against us!
Don't worry, Iris. We're not finished yet. There's still more. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot her. Him. Mr. Winnebago. Can you guys tell I'm so out of it after that 2 hours of facing frickin' idiot brothers? Kick his tushy, baby. Plagiarism. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. I love how they just assume that we're going to do it now. Mr. Foreman, are you and the jurors ready? Garrett Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. I'm looking forward to juror number 4 and juror number 6. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed, us law-abiding citizens. Tell that to your wife. Oh! 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 What you gonna do, Garrett? As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth. Every which way you look at it, it was the pickpocket.
I never imagined a simple operation would cause...
He's still thinking about the surgery. He's still thinking.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Wait, the accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. What? I am ballistic expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about God. What? All the jurors are like, yeah, it was the pickpocket. That makes the most sense. I like guns. It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But that fell apart like a house of cards. I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. He died from... Why is he... He was like... That logically makes sense. It probably was her. If you look at the evidence, yeah, that makes sense. I like guns. Well, no more.
Oh, courtroom's turning against me. It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean.
Objection! You're a meanie!
Just because Ginny's done some things that she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, while I savor debating a 10-year-old on this matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation, examination, constipation, proclamation, subjugation, motivation. Ow! Did I say hi to you, Sauron? Hi, Sauron. Yes, my lord. Hey, welcome back. Hey, look, the Silken Brothers are still in the background. Alright, the defense is butt. Once a rogue, always a rogue. Okay, I think... Sir, are you alright?
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here! Well, the thing is, I couldn't say it really has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. He really was operating on... Oh my god, homie dead. Homie dead. Homie dead! Oh! Oh my goodness! Sholmes, I am so sorry you gone! You homie gone! I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlich? No. Herlock? Herlock? Homie dead. Sherlock Holmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord! Who let Bro operate on? How's it going, Siren? It was that hairlock fellow! Oh, God! No wonder he's not waking up! You're the surgeon that operated on Sholmes! That's right! Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you! This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb, and I couldn't find the bullet anywhere! Homie lost the bullet in his... How many pieces of metal does Sholmes have in his body right now? And who let this man be on the jury? So I'm afraid I have to throw my hands up and just stitch the fellow back. He stitched him back up with the crap in his... Oh no! I hate to state the obvious, but yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting? The counsel for the defense is correct. As clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. Oh, in the stomach region. And then exited his body and lodged in the shop wall. No, it didn't. It didn't, because he wasn't bleeding. I think you'll find it's quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Juror number 4 is the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his bag? Of course I did! There wasn't a trace of injury. No Oh! Yeah! Oh yeah! I have been arguing this from the very beginning. I have argued this from the start. The bullet on the wall is not the bullet that shot Sholmes. It's somewhere still on his body. No sign that the bullet left the body at all. What? That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Or, what if it never entered the body? Was there... Oh wait, we saw that there wasn't an exit wound. Was there an entrance wound? Was Sholmes just being a baby? Oh no! Like, someone fired the gun? Oh no! I've been shot! Oh goodness! I'm going to go down on the floor. Sholmes was faking it. Sholmes was faking it. Oh. What if Sholmes wasn't bleeding? Sholmes was not bleeding. He was faking the whole thing. He didn't want to chase after the Skulkin brothers. So he pretended to get shot. Oh, I am going to kill Sholmes. If Sholmes... Wait a second. So let me get this straight. Sholmes didn't even get shot, and we just opened him up and scrambled it. Exactly! Just imagine Sholmes in Surgeon Simulator. Well, we gotta take off the ribs. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. Oh my god. He was cut open for absolutely no reason. god! And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how the jury was put together. He said under his breath. The mystery of where the bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need... Hold on! I cannot believe this! Where's an expert when you need one? I am ballistics expert. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this trial. What is going on? How does this exist? Well, if he didn't have an entry wound, would they still cut him up? Honestly, probably, because they're all idiots.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take boss to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent, here.
Ah, extremely violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue, right, Squeakanovich? Squeak! Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and gun, ask me. Nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident of his knowledge of guns. But if possible, please only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Look at my face. This is the face of someone who is struggling to understand how logic works.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
I'm gonna fight back. We need more material. This is Beta UK. Rasputin. Man. Alright. Well, we're not pinning them, but... Can we throw them in the pit to, like, work together? It's like Stardew Valley.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Ryunosuke. Ooh, a ballistics expert. Oh. Beating. B-I-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Please It's confirmed. He's Villain Bushbeck. It's confirmed. This apparent contradiction in the facts that's so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? By the way, fun fact for you guys. In today's modern jury, at least in America, you're not allowed to bring your own expertise into the jury room. You're only allowed to make decisions based on the experts that they have brought in. So even if a juror knows that what they said doesn't make sense because he's an expert in the field, he's not allowed to use that information. Which, to an extent, makes absolutely no sense, does it? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. Wait, what? It was night. There was blizzard. I ran away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. Snow piling high on both sides of the road. Very narrow and dangerous. Pursuer had a hunting rifle. There were dog sled. Mental note. Don't ask too many questions. I shot from behind. I fell in snow. This situation very similar from... Wait, what? They could not find bullet in body. No sign. How you say? Exit wound. Then, where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, then why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced body. It made deep wound look like bullet wound. Good grace! Of course, piece of ice quickly melt inside me. That solution to this mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another countryside! Oh, hello, juror number 5. Just an idea, but... I mean, I might not be looking at exactly the same scenario.
Bruno? Where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area. Put stomach on belly. Rub, rub, rub.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch! It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
Really? Where is the pouch that Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I can remember. If I may. Lord Van Zeeks, what do you want? Well, I realize it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation proclamation. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question. Lord Van Zeeks, would you like to present evidence? No, No evidence is necessary. I hate this game. How's it going, Arcade? You came just in time for me to suffer. I have been suffering through this entire stream. Freaking Kiowa, stop laughing at me. You can't remember that you left the surgical tool. That is true. He doesn't even remember the freaking. He left the freaking knife in the guy's. So sorry. I hope it's going well. No, we spent 2 hours staring at a freaking apple and a freaking pear. As I understand, when the police arrived at the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Wound. In order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful at the moment. Yes. No. Your memory's perfect. Your memory is great. Your memory is so freaking fantastic. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination. You guys haven't had summation examinations for freaking years. There is nothing conventional about the process. I must demand that the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. Look, there's a crack in one of the vials. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the vials is broken and the leather is scorched black. I cannot believe this. Was there actually no entry wound? It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And there was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. No, he's going to argue that there's no bullet. No, it has no bearing of the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Oh, they're arguing that it deflected off it and into the... No. How can they not see... But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. This freaking guy killed Herlock Sholmes, and he's like, well, but at least it wasn't my fault. Oh, thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing of the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy! You left a scalpel in a world fame. No! The constipation subjugation. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. No, I'm allowed to. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, there is a new piece of evidence that could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. No. What the fuck? It's right there. The bullet is. There was no entry wound. Sherlock Holmes literally had a bad bruise on his stomach. And they were like, let's cut him open. The file's been smashed to pieces. Presumably. This is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical vial, there would have been a big explosion. I guess he fell down because of the explosion.
Well, Harry's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigative work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle. Safely, at least. They're very dangerous.
Oh, then maybe he should keep them on a safer place than literally right on his body. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes got cut open because he had a bruise.
I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited.
Note to self, always walk on the right side of Holmes. The left side is the danger zone. If the explosion was so powerful, how are the other two It was like a tiny spark. Oh my god! You're absolutely right! It wasn't even a powerful explosion! He was just being a baby! I am spitting all over my mic right now. Look at it, there's a freaking bullet is in there. Come on. How do we get the bullet out? How do we acknowledge there? Right there. Guy, acknowledge the fact that the bullet is there! Please! Can we, like, unlock it or something? Here? Oh, look! There's a hole here in the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something
must have pierced it somehow to left a hole behind.
Looks that way.
Mr.
Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? There is the bullet. It's literally right there. Please. Right there, right there.
It's really scorched badly here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look.
It must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
Ta-da! Iris. Look. Behind what the broken file was. Do you see it?
Ah, that's exactly what Manakyn was saying for 4 whole hours! A skulking brother's bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch! This is an amazing discovery! It was most likely an organic chemical. Like spit. It was a jar of his saliva. What does this mean? Sorry, man. You were being too smart too soon, and the game needed you to be dumb. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired. You know, maybe my IQ is above single digits after all.
We found exactly what the jar was talking about! The 3rd bullet! It's time to press that jar again, I think!
The 3rd bullet? Who are we supposed to press? Wasn't the maid who said, like, oh, if there were more than... There's still a way to turn this around, I'm sure of it. And yet the brothers... You know, I think I've told this a few times to you guys. I had a friend who was really good at math. Like, she was really, really, really good at math. She was a genius. Like, no joke. She was like a legitimate genius. Like, she looks at arithmetic and just knows the answer. Like, she looks at, like, calculus problems and stuff like that as, like, numerical calculus problems. And just, like, knows the answer to, like, 4 digits or, like, 4 decimals or something like that. She, like, what do you call those people? Like, the type of people who could just, like, look at something and just know something. Like, what, like, savant? Is that what it's called? Is it called a savant? Like, she was, like, really, 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 really smart. She could do, like, 10-digit, like, multiplication. Like, 10-digit multiplication. She would just look at it and know. I don't know what it is. It's like, well, she learned how to do math on an abacus. Maybe that had something to do with it. But, long story short. She was really, really smart. She also failed every single math test she ever took. No, that's an exaggeration, but you get the idea. She like got C's in math, even though she always knew the answer, because she could never show her work. Because to her, it's like, what do you mean 2 + 2 is 5? 2 + 2 is 4. Isn't it obvious? I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to understand how she feels.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined. When the parlor maid asks how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes.
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose that if there was another bullet somewhere...
Well, about that.
I have to reconsider my position.
A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. I can prove it. Allow me to show you the 3rd bullet. Look, a 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Also, it's completely illegal to present something like this because they could literally say, well, you made that up. And they're like, oh, dang. On the night in question, in the Windibanks pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired!
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Not in 1800. Where did you find that bullet? No, that was a terrible accent. Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. Which you clearly didn't check. Because you police are so freaking incompetent. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. Since then, it's been touched by no one. Do you mean to say? To be honest, the defense never had the pouch, so it wouldn't be too insane. Fair enough. At the same time, I hate everything. The shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night. Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of this bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. And the examination of both guns revealed only single bullet had been fired. They were probably all You know what? Fair enough. Like 90% of people were laborers back then.
What that must mean?
That's right. We now know on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until that until that inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. That's right, I just shot him, baby. Order! Well, this summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that the police clearly missed! Like my debate teacher says, if we don't know a word, make it up. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. Oh, if Van Zieks didn't... I don't know if Van Zieks knew this. If Van Zieks didn't know this, he's not prepared for this. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Subjugation, proclamation, motivation.
Mind Jupiter.
Wait, what? Bailiff! Bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Look at her little backpack. Look at Iris' boot.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Meh. Witnesses!
Governor!
Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make it of Gov. I didn't do nothing of that.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, look, Gov, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Rest in peace, Tobias. Easily remembered, easily forgotten. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. A 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lumi. That's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm to whence it came.
You gotta go. Thanks for coming. I think we're almost at the chapter end, so... I think I'm starting to see a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. On that night at the Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun. And we know that Eggs Benedict carries a gun, aka Awful Guy. AG, baby. An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations, along with a 2-hour cross-examination from Manakyn. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists. That was another $50. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy can be crushed. The prosecution demands an answer on 2 accounts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they've... But we already know. We already know.
Oh, counsel.
I'm supposed to prove the existence of the accomplice and reveal the person's identity? Even in response to the prosecution's demands, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me, if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Who was this third person? How will we ever prove that Eggs Benedict was at the scene of the crime? Find out next time. That was the greatest clip. That was almost a cliffhanger. It was I! The most underwhelming cliffhanger. That would have been a great cliffhanger if I hadn't suffered through the frickin' Skulkin brothers for 2 frickin' hours. My God! 10 out of 10. Oh my goodness. You were laughing. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Even when I am suffering, I do my best to try to, you know, make things lighthearted and silly and fun, and not like how I used to be in Danganronpa, where like, you're spoiling things! No, that was actually a lot of fun, believe it or not. Even though it seemed like I was suffering like frigging, I really enjoyed that. So thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Oh, man. Freaking Tsumugi, man. Gotta go for real. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for sticking to the end, Kiyoma. Have I been resting? I've been doing a lot of catching up on sleep. To be honest, it has been very difficult for me to rest, but I've been doing my best. Yeah, I'm working on some, Oh! Do you guys want to see some new, characters for my website? Gotta find something else to watch. Yeah, my graphic designer sent some more options for characters, if you guys want to see them. Which Danganronpa character would I say is most mid? That's a good question. Who is mid? I don't know. I have very strong opinions on Danganronpa characters. I either really like them or really hate them. Is there a character that I'm very neutral? Sayaka did nothing wrong, by the way. She's also a bitch, though. Tsumugi is not. How dare you? How dare you? Who is mid? It's someone I'm not thinking of. It's probably someone who I don't even think of. Like, who is a character that's so forgettable? I don't know. They're so forgettable that I don't remember them. Chiaki is F tier. Chiaki's freaking. She might be D tier. Maybe she's D tier. Soda's mid. Kazuichi, exactly. Soda. Anyway, let's see here. Hold on a second. Oh, it's still Marianne. But okay, let me pull up some new photos. Make sure I don't show my homework folder on stream. Alright, so here are some new photos that my graphic designer sent me. Oh, that's very large. So here is me as business mannequin. Not just Marianne, but 3 warriors. Yes, frickin' Marianne. What did I make her in Warriors? Right, I made everyone a dancer at the end. Let me move over here a little bit. So this is business mannequin. So that's gonna go for my commercials. So I'm gonna advertise myself more as like business style or like expert style, CEO style for commercials. Things like the new Toyota Prius. $5.99 after mail-in rebate. Things like that. What do you guys think? Was that a good read? Was that a good read? Next we have Wizardkin. What do you guys think? Pretty nice, pretty nice. I also really like the comic book style she has. Yeah, you guys notice like the shading on the hat and the shading on the cauldron. I really like that style that she did. Talk about the Costco chicken bake. Let's see. Fresh chicken, creamy sauce. The new chicken bake, only at Costco. How's that? That looks more like a saute, so it does. Cough, cough. I understand. I do understand. I really do. I'll tell you, like, I'm not sure you guys know, 1-minute videos can take me like hours to make for saute sorcerers. I'm not a particularly expert, so it's one of the reasons why I've been procrastinating so much, because I've been so busy. I do really hope that one day, once, you know, all this voiceover stuff settles down, I can create a new channel that's just called Saute Sorcerers and just upload there. That's the goal. What's with the picture? These are some graphic designs that my graphic designer sent me for my website. Arcane Bolt said website, question mark, exclamation mark. Yeah, for my voiceover stuff. And then here's another one. That's me doing a kick. So, what do you guys think? I look pretty good, huh? Yeah. Yeah, so these are some ideas, image ideas. What's it called? What's what called? I am not going to tell you. I am doing my best to separate it. But some people here have actually found it. So if you guys feel like sharing it to others, I won't stop you. Let's put it like that. But I don't want to have stated it on stream. Because one day when I get canceled and this channel has to get deleted because I have stated my opinions on why fried chicken is for everyone. Yeah, because one day, I know, it's coming. Eventually, if something happens, I'm going to frickin' have to delete this channel because I have some like random long-standing thought about waifus, and everyone was like, how dare you make Marianne your waifu? That is oppression. And I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna get canceled because I like Marianne. And then I will be, and then I'll have to delete this channel. And okay, I've been even practicing my apology video. You guys ready? All right. Oh, we got to start with this. I was hesitating about actually posting this video, but I think it's really important to get my thoughts out there. So, first of all, I have made a severe lapse in judgment. And I know that what I am about to say might not get people to agree with me, but I want them to at least understand that I have done nothing wrong. What? Thank you for the chat. This is the next YouTube short I'll drop. Meeting adjourned. Guilty. Guilty. Yeah, to be honest, I've been struggling. I bought a new microphone, by the way, because my freaking $1,000 microphone, it's a good microphone, but it might not be the right microphone for me because my voice print is a certain way, and then this microphone works better for certain voices, so I dropped a freaking $1,000 on that. But still, it's nice to have just in case I need it. So I literally spent $1,000 for a backup microphone. That is called quality decision making. That is called not being cavalier with your finances. That is called fiscal responsibility. Money is hard. I will tell you, my very first paycheck, frick, my wire. Yeah, come on. Frick, there we go. My very first paycheck, I thought to myself, wow, I'm freaking rich. And then throughout the year, I was like, man, I'm making so much money. I am so freaking rich. I am so happy right now. And then April came around, and then the government knocked on my door. He was like, surprise! And then taxes. Ah! You weren't a fan of your old mic, so you brought a replacement like at 5 below for 5. Well, dang. I mean, I know that instrument mics and voice mics are very different. So actually, I know Randy. Randy does music stuff, so he probably is an expert. Like, he is the leading expert on mics for instruments. Did you know that? He is like, literally in this world, he's like top 5, maybe top 2. Man, taxes suck. Man, hey, let's go political on this. I wish everything was free. and I got everything I wanted. Man hates taxes. Do you know a single person who likes taxes? Both of them have this weird staticky output that you can't figure out how to... The government. You know, I will accept defeat on this one. I will happily accept defeat on that particular debate. Yeah, the staticky thing, it might be your outlet, by the way. I don't know, you might be more versed in microphones than I think you are. So if I'm insulting your intelligence, I apologize, but I'm not trying to insult your intelligence. If I make suggestions, you might like to I already tried all that. So yeah, but it could be your outlet. Sometimes outlets have bad connections. So like the places where you're literally like plugging into the wall, that's a possibility. It could be Wi-Fi. Like in certain locations in your house, if you use Wi-Fi, sometimes the Wi-Fi might cause a problem with your microphone. It could be things like your power extension cord and stuff like that. Electronics near the Wi-Fi. Yeah, exactly. So like I said Wi-Fi, but it could also be things like your cell phone and stuff like that as well. So in which case, with my webcam, which isn't the case with my webcam, you can theoretically use your webcam if you're desperate. I see. I mean, yeah, but you should definitely think about, try setting up your setup in multiple locations. That often helps. Anyway, I better get going. I need to eat. I've been really addicted to a game lately called V Rising. Have you guys heard of V Rising? Static electricity also impacts micro. That is true. I'm not sure if that would be a large enough problem for the setup that we're talking about, but maybe. You tested your old mic with your dad's laptop, and the old mic with your dad's laptop. Yeah, right. So you're doing the right thing. You're testing it in multiple setups. You're testing it over here, then you're testing it on a different computer, then you're testing it with different mics, that type of thing. So keep testing that. See if you can figure it out. And it might just be a manufacturing problem. If you can't figure it out, it might just be that the microphone sucks, which kind of also sucks for you, but at the same time, it was only $5, so. Anyway, yeah, I've been really obsessed with a game called V Rising lately, and it's difficult to play it because it's supposed to be like a server-based game, and I have no friends. No, but I play a lot of video games solo. Like, I rarely play multiplayer nowadays. I prefer when I'm hanging out with people. I used to really like League of Legends, I think I told you guys. I don't really like playing video games with friends. If I'm hanging out with friends, I just like talking to them. To be honest. I will one day have a freaking Mario Kart tournament, but with you guys, but hopefully when the internet works. Anyway, I need to go. I am suffering. I'm struggling. Life is awful, but I love you guys. I am so glad to be back. I'm so glad I got my headshots done. I'm so glad you guys liked my headshots. I'm so glad you like the characters. Maybe I'll show you guys my website once it's finished, okay? So, maybe, but you guys can't tell anyone, okay? You guys, this is a secret, right? When you post things on the internet, you can keep them secret, right? Right? You don't have to, like, people say, right? When you post nudes, right? They'll never end up on the internet as long as you tell them not to post it on the internet, obviously, right? All right. I'll see you guys later. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. You have any quests for me? I'll see you all next time.